What's up, friends? It's Wednesday. It's time for us to hang out and get whatever we want to get done. We can relax, we can read, we can play video games, watch TV, you could write, you could crochet, you could do whatever you want to do. You could even take a nap if you wanted to. I'm Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. For anyone who is new to my channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please introduce yourself in the chat. We are a friendly community here, and we welcome everyone. And let us know what you're planning to get up to, because we like to know. We like to know, and we like to chat, and we like to play. And for anyone who is watching after the fact, thank you very much for tuning in after the fact. I appreciate that. Let us know what you got up to during that time that you spent with us after the fact. So I want to wish everybody a happy World Read Aloud Day. This is a day that is celebrated the first Wednesday in February, which today is our first February live stream together, our first What's Up Wednesday for February. And there's different things that you can do today if you have littles or even middle school or even high schoolers, that like to be read aloud to, get with them and read aloud with them. Or you could go somewhere and stop, think, talk about books. And today's perfect that we are having sprints because we're going to talk about books. I know I'm going to be talking about some of the books that I'm getting up to. So anyway, that is all there is going around World, Read Aloud Day, which I think is pretty cool. I love to read aloud. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love doing it with my own personal children. I loved reading aloud to my students in the library when I was a librarian for 4 years. And I also love reading to my students when I was in the classroom, from little ones all the way up to junior high. Believe it or not, junior high students like to be read to, especially if you do that inflection and, you get them kind of involved in it. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. So anyway, in fact, last night I was reading aloud to Bailey because we got rain and it wasn't thundering and it wasn't making a whole lot of noise, but for whatever reason, she did not want me to go in my bedroom to read. So I went and snuggled with her in the living room and I read her a story out of my Haunted Bayous book. That's what I'm going to be kicking off my reading with. And so I read her the story last night called The Ghost of Jean Lafitte. Needless to say, she fell asleep in the middle of me reading to her, but I spent about an hour with her before I ended up going to bed myself because I started, falling asleep myself. But she was fine for the rest of the evening. So this is what I will be starting off with. And the story I'm going to be reading is The Spirit That Would Not Be Tamed. So this is what I'm going to read aloud to you all. Some old-time Cajun treasure hunters believe a fiafolet or fifalet, it's a Cajun term, light could lead them to treasure, which was often guarded by a spirit. Jean Lafitte, the pirate, was said to have killed a man for each cachet of treasure and buried him alongside the ill-got booty. Faithful even in death, this murdered mate stands watch, ready to defend the pirate's gold. Treasure hunters who encountered this force from beyond sometimes hired a spirit tamer whose supernatural powers subdued the treasure-guarding ghost. Here is a new story based on an old tradition told with a twist of Cajun humor. So that is what I will be starting off with, The Spirit That Would Not Be Tamed. I am reading this for the Mardi Gras Readathon because it takes place in the southern states, and also for Folklore February. It counts for all 4 prompts, but I'm ending up using it for the bingo board. I'm putting it down for Amore because of a story that I had read earlier in the week. That is Rapadine, I think is what it's called. Rapadine and Marie. So anyway, that's what I'm going to be getting up to first. I have been listening to The Little French Bistro by Nina George. I've been listening to this on and off throughout the day as I was in town running errands. I went to go get my hair cut. Had to stop at Holy Ghost and drop off some community coffee labels to them that they collect. Also, a friend of mine was giving away books, and I picked up a book for $5, Black Cake. And then also picked up my Scholastic box from my friend Catherine. But anyway, so I've been listening to this. This is for the Mardi Gras Readathon. It counts for multiple prompts. And I'm on chapter 15, which is page 90. That's where I have left off. This is actually a reread for me. And then I will be jumping into Dark Sisters. I don't know if you can really tell the glare on this. This is by Christy Demeester. This is the Bookworm Club's January-February selection. Alex and I will be talking about this the last Thursday of the month. And I'm also counting it for Abracadabra for Folklore February on the prompt. This one could count for multiple prompts as well. I'm on chapter 9. No. I'm on chapter 4. It's in Roman numerals. I'm on chapter 4, and it's on the timeline that's 1953. But for those of you that have read this already, it's kind of neat because I'm seeing characters from one timeline into another timeline. So that's very interesting. I'm loving it. So far, so good. It is a historical fiction, but it's also a horror novel. And yeah. So that is what I'm going to be doing. Let's see who is here today. I know Carmen's here. She was the first one here. Hello, Carmen. I'll be reading the Iliad and other myth-related things today, which I think is awesome. Swank says howdy to everybody. Happy Rosa Parks Day, happy Homemade Soup Day, and happy Stuffed Mushrooms Day. Wonderful day. And Heidi said, I'll be swimming in science fiction the rest of the month with Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood, and also starting Android's Dream of Electric Sheep by Philip K. Dick. Those are interesting titles. Lori's here. Hello, everyone. And Swank said it's also Alice Cooper's birthday. Woot, woot. I like me some Alice Cooper. And Jen's here. Hi, all. Going to be working on some schoolwork and hopefully editing a video and then read Assistant to the Villain tonight. You have a lot planned for tonight. And Jamie's here. Hello, Cat and Company. Thank you so much, Lori. Yes, I got my hair done and it's not humid, so it actually will cooperate for today. And Alicia says, Cat, happy Wednesday. I'll be starting with setting up a savings challenge and budget stuff. That's fun. And then reading the next story in the Meet Cute Advent book. Awesome. Ooh, setting up a savings challenge and budget stuff. Ugh, I wish I could meet with you on that. And Tina's here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Tina. What are you up to? And then Raja is here. Hello, reading the Autumn Springs Retirement Home Massacre while my poor husband sleeps. I think he has the flu. Oh, no. His fever was up to 102.7 last night. That is awful. Well, positive vibes that he breaks that fever and he can get well and get over this flu. That's awful. And I want to ask, is the Autumn Springs Retirement Home Massacre the new one by Philip Fracassi? It sounds familiar to me. Anna's here. Good evening. I forgot today was Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. And hello, Only If for a Page. Hello. I'm currently reading The Charm Offensive by Allison Cochran. And Only If for a Page. Do you have a name that you would like to share with us? Or would you prefer me to call you Only If for a Page? I try to keep up with people's names in here, but welcome, welcome. We appreciate you being here. And that sounds like an awesome title. And Jen is here. Hello, Jen. Is Rena feeling better? And Jasmine said, what's up, everyone? Currently at work, but we'll be watching as much as I can today, hoping to start Dark Sisters today. Yay. I'm loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Also, Kat, your hair looks great today. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is all due to my friend Mary. Well, she's my hairdresser, but she's also my friend. And Travis says, hey, said I couldn't come, but I'm sitting in the back at the ENT for this last minute appointment for my bleeding ear. Ugh, what? 2026 needs to chill, so I'll be here until doctor finally comes. Appointment was 2:20. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. And I'm sorry that you have a bleeding ear. And Anne says, I am reading Baldwin, a love story by Nicholas Boggs. Brilliant biography of James Baldwin. Excellent. And ode to Anne, that one is on my TBR too. Robin said, just popping in to say hi. My sinuses are being a butt today. Those darn sinuses. I'm sorry to hear that, Robin, but thank you for popping in. We appreciate seeing you. And Laura says, I'm reading Shiver today on my Nook and hoping to finish it, set in winter and a reread that I accidentally bought, forgetting I'd already read it. Oh my goodness. And it's an amazing biography, Anne says. And Jamie said, I should be picking up Dark Sisters from my library tomorrow or Friday. Excellent. I'm glad it came in for you. And Jen said, I'm reading My Soul to Keep by Tenerife Dew and A Phoenix First Must Burn, edited by Patrice Caldwell. I'm also working on my junk journal, a new hobby for me. Excellent. I love that so very much. I love looking at Kelsey's junk journal. It's always so much fun, especially see what she adds to it. And I like that title, A Phoenix First Must Burn. Is that a collection of short stories? And Angela's here. Hello, Angela. She's saying, hi, Kat and friends. I'll be starting Dark Sisters tonight. Wanted to get it 2 days ago, but then life happened, of course. And Angela already picked our Would You Rather Mad Libs for in the beginning. So I'm going to put that in when we first go to our first sprint. So I have to thank Angela for that. Swank says, I found a book that will work for both cryptids of the Deep South. It's Louisiana, Arkansas, and Alabama cryptids. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And my name is Daniela. Okay, Daniela, I'm going to put you down. And yep, it is such a pretty name, Daniela. At only if for a page. I've seen you on someone else's channel. I can't remember if it was Roxy's channel or maybe Shannon's channel, perhaps. And Swank says hi to Jen. Paula's here. Hi, Cat and Chat, popping in to boop the like button. Thank you, Paula. Hope you're doing well. And Travis said, I think they forgot I was in the room. Some nurse just came in trying to bring someone else in. That's a little wonky. And Rena is still sick, so I kept her home from school today. She does seem a little better this afternoon. Oh, poor baby. And Travis said, yeah, I think I ruptured my eardrum, which will be, I think, the third or fourth time. That's awful, Travis. I hate that you're continuing to deal with that. And Jamie said, I'll be starting today by finishing my chapter of Monte Cristo and then probably switching to Mary Poppins. I love that you read Mary Poppins. And Anne says, I have 2 teenage girls here giggling. They were sent home about 11 because of some idiot called in bomb threats to almost every school. It is too cold for this nonsense. That's awful. Awful, awful. And Eleanor said, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be doing some reading and playing pickleball today. Yay, Eleanor. And Jamie said, oh no, Anne, that's a really horrible thing for someone to do. It is. It really is, because it messes up everything. You have to take it seriously. It's not like you can, just blow it off and think, oh, it's probably just a prank. And then Zach said, hi, I'll be starting The Witch Queen's Apprentice by Luna Fury. It's 6 novellas combined that I've read separately twice already, almost 600 pages of smut. But I do love the story too. Oh, Zach, you and your stories, your smut stories. And Jen said, Kelsey inspired me. Yes, A Phoenix First Must Burn is an anthology. I'm counting it for I Love Black Horror and Folklore February readathons. It's YA, which I don't typically read, but the first 2 stories are incredible. I can't wait to read more. I'm not a huge YA reader either, which go figure, because I collected subscription boxes from Owl Crate for the longest time. I have a whole entire bookshelf with so many Owl Crate YA books that I need to read. They're beautiful and the stories sound great, but I do need to read them. But the YA that I have come across, in my reading journey, I have enjoyed. I really have. And Piebald Hamster is here. Welcome back, Mr. Hamster. Hi, I just picked up a new book last night, Nightshade and Oak for the Folklore Readathon. Awesome. Might be good for a mood box. I'll have to look up and see because it could be for a lot of different things. First of all, Nightshade. Isn't Nightshade like a poisonous plant? So that's nature, and who knows where that'll lead. Chris is here. Hey, Carissa, what you doing? And Zach said, I really like A Phoenix First Must Burn. The title comes from a line in The Parable of the Sower by Octavia E. Butler. That's awesome to know. I need to read some Octavia Butler. And ouchies, Travis, I've dealt with that too. A warm compress was the only way I got any relief in sending you healing kitty vibes. That's so sweet, Paula. Yeah, I've never personally had an eardrum burst, but my youngest son, Andrew, did when he was younger. I think he was before he was 2. It was terrible, and I felt so bad for him. And Carissa said, I finished Holly yesterday and I gave it 3 stars. I'm trying to figure out what I want to read for these sprints. I started the Witcher series, but I don't know if I want to continue Needful Things. What? I love Needful Things, but that's okay. Not everybody loves it. Travis said to Paula, thanks. It doesn't really hurt, so not even sure if it's that or an infection. Who knows? I've had 9 surgeries on my right ear starting since I was 2 weeks old. Yeah, he has been having a horrible time. And like last year, you were dealing with a surgery for your ear. And Blake is here. Hi, friends. I have a stack of books to figure out what I'm reading next. How are you feeling today, Blake? I know you've been fighting migraines lately. And Heidi says, I love the Witcher series. And Zach said, The Witch Queen's Apprentice just came out, and it would count for Folklore February. Excellent. A Witch Queen. And Travis said, I currently have a hole in my eardrum already, so I don't know. Yeah, I feel for you, Travis. It's like you would think in this day and age that they would be able to fix this. I just don't even understand it. And Jen said, Parable of the Sower is the May selection for my book club, the Literary Love Book Club. I am looking forward to finally reading it. Excellent, excellent. I should write down what your selections are, Jen. I listened to your video. They all sound great. And do I write it down? No, because I just can't seem to get my life as organized as I want to get it. And that's very sad. Travis says, I keep asking them to just take it out. Oh my gosh. And then Paula says, it's horrible seeing your kitties in pain. As parents, we do anything to take the pain away. Exactly. 100%. I just felt so bad for Andrew because he had like one sinus infection after the other. He was on antibiotics and he would get better. And then once he was off the antibiotics, the infection was there. So then I ended up taking him to an ENT, Dr. Mellon, who is fantastic doctor here locally. And so we did everything. We did a CAT scan to check his sinus cavity, everything. And he was so blocked. And then we also went to an immune doctor, an allergist, but he also was immunology. And so we had to work between the 2 of them. And he ended up having to have 2 surgeries. His first surgery was to have his adenoids taken out. He had to have a sinus lavage, like they had to rinse out his sinuses. He had to be on antibiotics. It was just the whole thing. And then he had a tube put in his ear. And then he ended up with another sinus infection. They ended up putting a tube in the other ear. And then, of course, you have to go in and have the tubes taken out. They did not just fall out on their own, but that was just it was so hard because it just seemed like he was sick for the longest time when he was younger. His immune system was just not tolerating. It needed to get healthier. Let's just put it that way. So we had to just do a lot of different things to get that boosted up. And he does have allergies, and he ended up having to get allergy shots when he was like in high school, junior high, high school. But it seems like he's outgrown some of those allergies, and it's not as bad as it used to. But just a fun fact, it's not really a fun fact, but I had no idea about this. But you can have your adenoids taken out and they will grow back, which I think it kind of stinks. Zach says, I didn't get medical attention as a kid, so I just went deaf in my left ear because of those kinds of problems. Yeah, and I will tell you this, that ear infections, chronic ear infections really does can prevent you from like learning your phonics and literacy. Can impact your literacy, because when I taught kindergarten one year, I had a little boy named Eric, smart as a whip, but I could not figure out why he could not like put his sounds together for some of his words. And that's what it was. He had chronic ear infections. He finally had tubes put in his ears, and I mean, just took off after that. I was like, there is something wrong, because this child is way too smart not to be able to get in that. And that's what it was. He could not really hear the sound. So, yeah, I'm glad we got it done for him. Like, he was able to get all that taken care of in kindergarten instead of waiting. And then that same year, I had another little girl, and she had issues with ear infections. And it was almost like, because of that, she almost sounded like a person who is deaf in their speech, like the way they speak. Sometimes that's kind of how she was. And we ended up getting her services through speech to help with that, because for a while, I guess she wasn't hearing. So her speech was not matching the way it should be. But it can be a problem. Heidi said Parable Sower was a powerful book. It reads super fast and foundational for entire modern genre. I might have that book actually, because I did receive an Octavia Butler book from Mindy in my stack. I had been in a giveaway, and I won a stack of books, and I want to say that might be the book that's in there. And Piebald Hamster said, I've read the first 6 Witcher books. I thought the first 3 and Baptism of Fire were the best. I haven't read that series. And Carissa says, I'm enjoying Needful Things, but I'm supposed to be buddy reading it with Coda and Christina. Ah, gotcha. And Travis said, perfect, Zach. If you sit on my left side, we can hear each other since mine is my right ear. You're a mess. And Shannon says, hi, made friends with the like button. Hello, Shannon. I didn't get to see you today in sprints because I had to go run errands today. And then Heidi says to Mr. Hamster, Baptism of Fire and Tower of the Swallow were 5-star reads for me. And Paula said, poor little guy. I know. It was awful. And then you trying to work, but having to take off a lot because of chronic illness with your child, it's like, that was like miserable. That whole entire year or so was miserable until we got everything cleared up. It was not fun for Andrew, and it was not fun for us, for sure. But thankfully, Travis said, yeah, whenever I have ear problems, my speech is all over the place and I can't get words out right. Probably because you're not hearing. And like yesterday at work, I was fumbling over everything I said. This isn't my normal doctor because they couldn't get me in with him. So I'm wondering, since I'm a last minute non-patient of his, are they leaving me for last? Well, that stinks. And Cameron says, hey all, hey Cameron, I'm on my way home from work. Just stopping to pick up some dinner and wanted to say hey. Well, hey to you, Cameron. So happy to see you. And no worries, I just finished my stream. Excellent, excellent. I hope it was a good stream. I hope you got a lot of work done. And are you a Robin Hobb fan? Your name reminds me of her Piebald Prince novella. And Zach says, Baptism of Fire was my favorite, but I didn't like anything before Blood of Elves. And hope this all gets resolved soon, Travis. I agree. It needs to, because it's just, you should not have to be dealing with this. Not when you have school about to begin and you've got all kinds of other things that you are doing. You have to be feeling good and not be having to deal with this. Yeah, some work done. Have an appointment this morning. Had an appointment. Having an appointment this morning at my son's school threw off my rhythm. Ah, gotcha. That can, like, if you're not in your normal routine, it kind of does mess things up. That's kind of how I feel, a little bit discombobulated. I tried something new this week on Monday and Tuesday, like with my walk schedule, so I could kind of try to walk later. And I don't know, it just threw me for a loop with all of that. So I don't think I'm gonna try that again. And Carissa says, I'm kind of nervous because I have never read anything by this author before. Ooh. And thanks to Lori, grad school has already started, Kat, and I have project due first week. Yay. Grad school. Of course, they're going to hit the ground running. JK's here. Hello, Joanne. Hi, everyone. How are you all? I'm doing fine. And to Heidi, I've only read the Farseer trilogy by Hobbes, so it's just a silly name. I'm usually Funky Gob. Oh, yes, in Discord, Funky Goblin 5636. Hello, hello. Okay, well, we're making a connection here. So this is Funky Goblin on Discord, who has been active on Discord. So that's nice. It's nice to know what your different names are. Okay, so we are at the bottom, and then Erin popped in. Hey, Erin, what you up to? And also, happy Black History Month to all my fellow Black authors and creatives. Same to you, Joanne. And support us all year, every year, of course. And Stormy's here. Hi, everyone. Hey, Stormy, what are you up to? What are you going to be doing? We're going to be doing a new read. Just to let everybody know, we're going to be doing an Allie Reynolds this month in the Beaumont Brady Bunch. This is Hand of Evil. This is an Allie Reynolds. It will be our third one that we're jumping into. I'm kind of glad that we only have one this month. I mean, I am missing Beaumont, but because of all the other things that I'm reading this month, it's kind of good to be able to fit that in. But we start that one Sunday, my group. And hopping off for now. I'll give y'all an update later. Thank you. I hope it all is successful. And Erin said, trying to get my book carryover from last month, The Cooking Genie by Michael W. Twitty. Oh, The Cooking Gene. I say Genie. The Cooking Gene by Michael W. Twitty. Excellent. Okay, well, we're ready to go into our first sprint. So is 45 good for y'all? That is what I have already on the clock. Is a 45, but I can change it if we want a shorter one. Let me know before I start this kitty cat. A 45. And Carissa said yes. Yes to 45. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. Happy sprinting, y'all. Welcome back. I have 3 more paragraphs and I'm finished my story, which was hilarious. I love it. The ghost calls Delmer a cotton rotten hunk of a skunk phony preacher. It was so silly. Okay, so we can thank Angela for our risque would you rather this week. She had to do a articles of clothing, so she chose bra and panties. So would you rather wear the same bra for a whole month or not wear any panties for a whole month? I'm going to go with the bra for a whole month. So before we left off, Stormy said she was going to go downstairs in a bit to start supper, so not real sure what I will be reading yet. And I was asking her what she was cooking. Anne said I just asked if the kids wanted me to order pizza or make spaghetti, and they voted for pizza. Hannah is here. Hi, Kat, watching YouTube this sprint, which I think is fun. Linda is here. Hello, Linda. What are you up to, my friend? Anne said they called in every private school, 3 campuses of the community college system, and the 3 school districts. And this is Anne referring to the bomb threat. And then Happy Goat Horror also came. Hi, everyone. How are you all today? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Nicole's here. Hello, friends. I'm listening to my funny demon Valentine while I do some laundry and cleaning. Sounds good. Jen said, I didn't get any reading done during the sprint. I talked to my dad on the phone. I hope it was a good conversation. Shannon made some progress. Excellent. Alicia Yo says, I'm eating birria. What is that? I've never heard of that. And Jamie said, well, that's a mighty personal question. I'll go with the same bra. I know. I'm like, I hope no one gets offended by this would you rather. This is Mad Libs. Angela had no idea how it was going to be plugged in. So, oh, I know. Tell me how you really feel about the person. Yes, it's because he is a con artist. The guy Delmer is a con artist, and he's dressed as a preacher. And so he's going to help these 2 brothers trick a ghost and get the buried gold and treasure. And so he's like, well, I'm a spirit tamer. I'm a ghost tamer. So he's really a con artist. And instead of him having a Bible with him, he's got a poker book and the Gentleman's Guide to Playing Poker. And so he's like trying to, get him with the poker, but the ghost had the last laugh. Let's just put it that way. I've got 3 paragraphs left, but anyway. Oh, Jen said no panties for a month, commando mode. Oh my gosh. Alicia Yo says I'll wear the same bra for a month. Hopefully it's winter, not summer. It could be whatever season you want. Alicia says, I'm going with a bra for a whole month. We have to have the undies. I don't feel comfortable without them. I'm the same. Oh, Jensen, no panties. Used to be norm for me. No panty lines. Oh, my goodness. And finally, Erin is off of work. Woot, woot. Oh, Stormy said Dad chose pancakes for supper, so that is what I'm making. Yum. Pancakes for dinner. I used to love to eat breakfast for dinner. And Alicia said, I worked on gathering tax docs and creating a file for it and set up my savings challenge in the financial binder. I'm excited because I did get my appointment, my taxes to get done with our accountant. I got that appointment scheduled. It's going to be in March. I'm also proud because I made my doctor's appointments. I have 3 of them, and one is my dermatologist. My dermatologist isn't until May, though. But I got that scheduled. Talking about bras, I got my mammogram scheduled. My lady doctor, got her scheduled, as well as my eye doctor. So all of that is scheduled. The only doctor I need to make an appointment with is my gastroenterologist. So, and not that I'm having any trouble, but I have to go see him at least once a year to get my medicine that I take for my reflux. But otherwise, but in good news, I went to go pick up my meds today. And normally I get a 90-day supply. For whatever reason, it only cost me $7.20, whereas in the past it cost me $25. So I don't know what's going on with that. I was like, Are you sure it's a 90-day supply? And the lady assured me it was. But I'm happy to get all of that scheduled and on the books. So anyway, the dermatology is on my list, though, my 26 for 2026. And Happy Good Horror said, all good, trying to finish a short story draft today. Excellent. That sounds fun. Stormy said, going to go with bra. Thank y'all for not being offended. Raja said, I got 35 pages into Autumn Springs and checked in with the doctor for hubby. Fever's up to 103. That is just too high. Oh, it's got to go down. And Jamie said, read my Buddy Reed chapter and made a sandwich for a late lunch. Nice. Kim's here. Hello, Kim. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome. What are you planning to do today, Kim? And Jen said, we are planning the date to speak with the funeral director. It's one thing we want to have squared away before my mom passes. Hard days. Yeah. It is great if you can have that kind of stuff already done so that you're not having to deal with it in your like immediate grief of right when she passes. I mean, I know y'all are grieving just because of the circumstances, that where your mom is at, as she's starting her journey to transition. But I just found that was a little bit easier. We still had to make plans, but at least like we had where my mom's resting place was going to be, that was paid for. It was just a matter of going in and like doing the actual other plans with it. But yeah, if you can get that taken care of ahead of time, it will save y'all a lot. Birria beef tacos with the consomme for dipping. I'll have to see that. Hello, Angela. Speak of the devil. Angela, this is your question from last week when you gave me bra and panties. I detest bra, so I guess I'll go naked from the waist down. Well, you can wear pants. You just can't wear panties. So you could wear pants, a skirt, shorts, whatever. You could actually wear a onesie if you wanted to. Whatever it is you want to wear. How sweet Angela is the one that has such a risque question. And Carissa said, I would rather wear the same bra. Yeah, we're on the same page. Zach says, got to page 40 in The Witch Queen's Apprentice. This is my 4th time through book 1, taken by The Witch Queen by Luna Fury, and I've read the others twice each. Nice. And the bra, easy choice. Jamie said, I had breakfast for dinner last night. Yummy. I know. So good. I ended up reading The Last Wish, the first book in the Witcher series. Gotcha. So are you liking it so far? I know. I'm so excited about my gold star because the thing is I was planning to only make the appointment with my accountant. That was the only appointment I was going to make, was the accountant. And then I got an email from my eye doctor saying it was time for my annual checkup. And so then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make all my appointments. And so one thing led to the other. Yep, I'm all excited. My gastroenterologist, I'll have to do that one too. Probably I'll do that this week if I can. I'm kind of in and out. Tomorrow I'm volunteering, so I might be able to do it tomorrow. In between that and Jen and Isabel's conversation they're going to have about the book that we all read. And Alicia said, yay for it. Yes, I just read that. And Jamie said, oh, Jen, so sorry. That is hard. Yes, I agree. Lori said, I didn't get many pages, read dogs and other shenanigans got in the way. Yes, well, my Bailey Boo Bear came in here and I did read to her aloud for a few minutes, but she was being, I don't know what she was up to, but there was a Kleenex on the floor and she put that in her mouth and was ready to dart out the door, but I got it. So she did not get to rip up the Kleenex into confetti. That is for sure. Teresa, hello. I'm so excited that I can finally use my email that I've had for 20 years again. Yay. They told me it was full last October. Took me a long time to delete. Excellent for being able to get back in and so good to see you. And Angela said, your Dark Sister book cover was explained in the first chapters. I feel better. Maybe. I know. It is such an amazing cover. Y'all, this cover is like fire. I think. But it does explain it in the book, and so whoever drew this cover art really took from it. So now, with that being said, I do like the Book of the Month Club book cover too. That one is pretty nice as well, but this one is just horrifying. I'll go with no panties for a month, counting men's undies too. Of course it is. Of course. And Alicia said, yay, I just need one more piece and I can do the taxes. Yay. And Carissa said, it's not bad so far. I'm only 30 pages in. So in the beginning parts of it. Kat, Coda, how are you? Hi, friends from Coda. So good to see you. I was a lurky turkey in your sprints last night. I didn't say hello, I know, but that's because I was only there for a few minutes, and I think y'all were about to go on a sprint. But I was a lurky turkey. I hit the like button, and then went on my way. And Teresa said, I need to schedule my mammogram. Yeah, I went, it was November. Was it November? It wasn't this November. I was supposed to go in November and I didn't. It was too much. So I decided I'm trying to get back on track to where I can do it like kind of closer to the summer. But anyway, yep, I made it. Got it all set. Yay, hello, Coda. Hey, from Carissa. And Jen said, I can't fathom wearing an item on clothing that long, especially a bra. If they get stretched out and feel big after a couple of wears. Also TMI, but for some, boob sweat is a thing. Yes, that is true. I mean, it would be gross. I can't say that it wouldn't be gross. And like you said, it's going to get stretched out. And hey to Carissa from Coda. Hi, Coda from Stormy. Hi, Lucy, what you up to? And love that cover. I know it's fire. And Kim says, I've got the Book of the Month edition. That's the one I had, Kim. I don't think you know the story, but I purposely joined Book of the Month Club so that I could get that edition for $5 because that was the Black Friday thing. And I was so excited because I thought it was really nice. And then I get an email from Owl Crate because I belong to their horror subscription in addition to their YA subscription. And they said something about Sisters of Rage. And I told Alex, I said, Alex, I will bet that it is Dark Sisters. That is going to be the horror selection. And sure enough, it was. So I didn't need 2 copies of it. So I ended up giving away my Book of the Month edition, and Jasmine won the drawing for that. So she has my Book of the Month copy. And now I'm subscribed to Book of the Month. I don't know how long I'm going to stay with it. I have bought 2 books from them so far of 2 authors I know nothing about. But the book sounded good. So we'll see what happens if I continue or not. But yeah, this is the second book. We've had three boxes. I've received 3 boxes because it's quarterly. And of the 3 boxes, I already had 2 of the books that they sent for the horror thing. And I'm like, what are you going to do? Huh? So Coda said, hey, Stormy. And Lucy says, I'm waiting for my McDonald's. Yum. And Jen says hi to Coda. And Coda's like, hey, Team 84. And Alicia's like, hey, Coda Team 84. Zach said, also made a cup of double bergamot Earl Grey tea because they were drinking tea in my book. But unfortunately, I don't have any Jell-O cubes, which they're eating a magic version. That's cool. I need to make some tea. I had made a cup of coffee like around lunchtime, and I never did. It was like my little second cup that I have in the morning. It's a flavored coffee, so nothing too serious. And I never did make my tea yet. So Coda says, oh, thank you. You probably only missed me talking way too much than being crazy tired, than talking way too much, and possibly also talking some sleepy nonsense. I can't even remember what time it was. It was after Stormy sprints. I don't even know. Yeah, I think it was after Stormy sprints. I wrapped up with them. And then I got a notification. So I looked and you were on. So I just was trying to see where you were at. I think you were talking about how you had talked for a long time, but you were getting ready to go to a sprint. But so I was a lurky turkey for a few minutes. And Lucy said the $5 bag is life. And hey, Zach, how's the weather up the hill? And oh, that's a good story. And Coda, hi, my weather report is 53 degrees with slight chilly wind where I am. That's about like ours is a little bit warmer, but we have the chilly wind getting us for sure. And our funky goblin, piebald hamster. I don't know if you're still here, but I did find out about your Nightshade and Oak by Molly O'Neill. It's a fantasy. However, it has a lot of Celtic and British folklore, mainly like mythology. You could actually count it for animal, adventure, and abracadabra if you want to get those prompts filled, if that's what you're looking for. I mean, you don't even have, I mean, you could read whatever you want for Folklore February. That's folkloric. It doesn't have to meet those prompts in order to say that you participated. Because sometimes they'll work with the prompts, sometimes not. But yours works, and I bet you there's some kind of a love connection somewhere where it's family, friendship, or romantic. So probably counts for all of them. And Coda also says hello to Jen, Angela, Jamie, Alicia Yo, Shannon, Nicole, Ann, Travis, Joanne, Paul Bald, oh, Paula Bear, and Swank. Thought you were talking about our Paul Bald hamster. Okay, so we got through that, and I forgot to do our Mad Libs because I was making my list for the thing. So we'll have to do Mad Libs on the next thing. I need to print it. I don't like to write my books if possible. So we'll do that on the next one. I'm assuming 45 minutes will be good for everybody. And Coda says, oof, it's so warm down here. I'm considering wearing shorts. That's how it was yesterday. It was 71. I went for a walk and I was able to walk in shorts and it wasn't windy to where it was uncomfortable. The sun was shining. I couldn't believe it. It was actually perfect temps for me. And hey to Coda from Jamie and yo, Coda from Alicia Yo. And well, hello to the hamster as well. And Jen said 45 is good. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So let me get us set up here. Ooh, it went below the line. Okay, there we go. And Jamie says it's 85 here today in Long Beach, but it's probably not terribly, you don't have the humidity, right? And Coda said it's only 57, but it feels much, much warmer. And Jen said, I sat outdoors a while ago with a blanket. It's in the 50s here and feels nice. Sunny too. It felt healing. Yeah, we got rain last night and early this morning, and it kind of looked dreary, but then the sun came out and it's been nice ever since. And yes, 45, I need to finish this assignment. Excellent. Okay, so let's go ahead and get us started. And I think I might try to find something to eat for dinner. And Leangela said, this is the month of getting back on track health-wise. I've had a lot of spinal x-rays, an MRI of my pelvis, a wellness checkup, a flu shot, finally now onto a DEXA scan, mammo, and gastro next. Wow, you got a lot to knock out. No humidity, but that's still hot for February. Gotcha. And Lucy said, got my food, going to be driving now. Maybe I can read for a bit before my sprint. Sounds good. And not shorts weather here in Minnesota. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello. I was texting our neighbor. So how did everybody do during that time? I did not read at all. I ate leftovers. My husband made ribs this weekend, so I ate ribs for dinner. And I loaded the dishwasher. And then I texted my friend Simon. Now I'm like responding to a text from my neighbor. I think that's all I did. So, what did y'all get up to? I will read this next sprint for sure, because I do need to get my pages in. ED showed up. Oh, I also made a copy of Mad Libs, so we could do our Mad Libs this time. ED just got home. So glad that ED made it. Anne is saying that it was 33 in her neck of the woods, but by Saturday, they will have highs in the teens again. Wow. And then Molly Dot showed up. Hello, I'm reading a sample of Fairy Tales for Lost Children. So far, it's not very folklory, but there is mention of Aladdin and a summary of Kenyan version of Rapunzel. I'm enjoying it. Well, that counts. Rapunzel is a fairy tale, and I believe Aladdin is too. So that counts. And I turned the page, and suddenly there's a lot more fairy tale talk. Alex is here. Keaton and I are watching West Wing, and then I'll be reading later. We'll have you on in the background. Hello, everyone. So happy you're here, Alex. I asked her if she started Dark Sisters, and she says, I have not started Dark Sisters yet. I plan to start that closer to our meeting. Glad that I am loving it. I am loving it. I had to start now because I have a scrapbooking retreat. So I don't know how much reading I'm going to actually be getting done on that period of time that I will be gone. And Shannon said, okay, gotta go on a friend's channel tonight. Thanks for the sprints. I know you're gone now, Shannon. Bye. And Swank says hi to Alex. And Yo Dakota. And Edie says, I listened to The Bone Witch. Excellent. And Jamie said, talk to a friend and then read a chapter of Mary Poppins. I need to read the rest of the books in the Mary Poppins series. Jen said, took out the garbage, fed the cats, and made progress in my assignment. Almost done. Now I need to order dinner so don't forget to eat. Yeah, that can happen when you get super busy. I did also make some tea. And Molly said, I bought Fairy Tales for Lost Children. Excellent. Lori said, I am baking a potato for my dinner, fried some bacon for topping on the potato, yum, fed the dogs and cat, put my pajamas on, and read about 15 to 20 pages. Nice. And Alicia said, I made some dog food and started a chicken Halloween puzzle. A chicken Halloween puzzle. Whew. That sounds fun. Travis. I'm so sorry, Cameron. Travis is on my mind. I'm waiting. He hasn't said, but I didn't check Discord either. I hope his ear is okay. Cameron, hey all, I'm home, have eaten, and was trying to figure out some retirement fun stuff before I leave my job. Ooh, I know how that is. I've got to do something about my retirement fund that I have. My husband keeps talking about us rolling it over into this other company, but has he done it to help me? No, and I don't feel confident enough to do it myself. Just saying. I don't want to make a mistake. That's part of the issue. Zach said, got to page 73 in The Witch Queen's Apprentice at a 565, almost to the last chapter of book 1. It's a chunky monkey. And Carmen said, made it to 31% on the Iliad and switched books. Excellent. Okay, so we are going to do our Mad Libs. And then we'll go on our next sprint. We're doing pretty good here. Okay, I need a pen. I guess I'll use a pink pen. Here's my red pen. I had another red pen. I don't know what happened to it. Is it right here? No. It's a cutter. I don't know where my stuff goes. I'm telling you. Okay. So, The first thing I need is Zach to give me his adjective. And then I need a plural noun. A plural noun. That's what I need for our Mad Libs. Sorry, my fingernail just tore and it was bugging me. Let's. Jen says, I need to invest in baked potatoes. They sound like the perfect easy meal. Just add broccoli and some toppings and throw it in the air fryer and a little prep. That's how my husband makes them, Jen. And a lot of times what he'll do is he'll make them the night before because he usually gets home late, and he'll put them in the air fryer. And for me, he'll put some butter and then he'll put shrimp on there for me. And then I'll have it the next day. They're super easy. And if you put it in the air fryer, it gets kind of crispy, the skin. Coda said, I talked to my grandma, chased down my kid's mom, talked to several peeps on Facebook, and sprint hopped. Excellent. And Eleanor said, pickleball was canceled today due to high winds, so I did some yoga instead. Oh, no. I know how much you love pickleball. Well, at least you got some yoga in. And Jamie says parachutes. Okay. That's going to be pretty funny. Okay, let me see if I need any other plural nouns, and then we'll, okay. Okay, I'm going to put it down here. And then I can transfer those. We had 2 cats. Look at that. Penguins. We're going to, and there's no animals specifically. We're going to make it a penguin because I need lots of nouns. So I'm going to make that a penguin. And then Alicia said, I'm having some leftover lasagna hamburger helper. Yum. And Alicia, we're going to change your books to book. Zach said, and one of the gifts I sent to a friend whose father is having a medical issue arrived. Okay. Very nice. My adjectives will be perambulating. Okay. Perambulating. Okay. So specific. Flat beer. Okay. Supercar. That's funny too. Molly says a hawthorn tree. So specific about the tree. Side note, I can't decide between a chicken roll. I guess it's a spring roll for dinner. I would say if I had to choose, I think I would do the chicken roll. Godzilla. Spinach. Ridiculous. Oh, it's supposed to be spinach roll. I thought that was your word. Spinach. Okay. A chicken roll or a spinach roll? I think I'd still go with the chicken roll. And that works for Mad Libs too. Yes, I'm keeping it since I already wrote it. Okay, I need an adverb. Hawthorn because I have fairies on my mind. Gotcha. I need an adverb, please. Tea is still hot. Hot, hot, hot. That's why I put it in that. It's so crazy that I just got a notification for something that happened way earlier today. Okay. Blindly. Okay, so scraggy. I think scraggy is an adjective. So I'm going to keep it because I need an adjective. Thank you, Carmen. Coda said surreptitiously. Okay. I don't need any more adverbs, but I need an adjective, Coda. So give me an adjective. Jamie, give me a verb. So Coda's going to give me an adjective. Jamie's going to give me a verb. Oops, hawthorn bush. We tend not to cut them down in Ireland because the fairies will get angry, even when we don't believe in them. Uh-oh. Lori, I need you to change generously to an adjective. An adjective. So I got Coda with an adjective, Jamie with a verb, Lori with an adjective. Molly said we were required to as part of our planning permission. Oh. Okay, Jamie says running. I'm going to change it to run so it'll fit grammatically. Surreptitious. Well, I didn't want to assume. Surreptitious. It's going to be hilarious. Okay, I got the run. I'm waiting on Lori with her adjective to see. So do I need to change the hawthorn tree to a bush? And hi, Molly Dot and Coda. So, okay. Molly's saying hi to Paula. Okay, while we're waiting for Lori to give me an adjective, I need a name of a person who is a female, please. It can be any female. It doesn't have to be. I think it can be either, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm going to keep tree since I already wrote tree. Tiny. This is so ridiculous. Oh, and hey to Molly Dot and hey, Paula Bear. Sorry, I was getting the oven turned on. No, you're good. Tiffany. Okay, so Tiffany is the name of our female person. Perfect. Okay, so can you change Georgia to an adjective, Jamie? And Zach, can you change Bryce Dallas Howard to a noun? I mean, it should just be a regular noun. I mean, it would be weird. I mean, I know Bryce Dallas Howard, but you were using it for a name of a person. Persephone. Same thing. It would be like the name of a female. And hi, Dakota from Molly. So I need Jamie to get me an adjective, and Zach, if you'll give me just a regular noun. Or Carmen, either one. Purplish. Purple-ish. And Zach said a hellhound. That works. Okay, so let me just make sure I have everything, because sometimes I forget because I'm going in order. Okay, so when we come back, we're going to, because of the winter games, which actually starts on Friday, our story is about figure skating. That is what our story is about today. So I'm assuming that 45 minutes will be good for us for our next sprint. I think everybody has pretty much answered our questions. So we're going to go back to our What's Up Friends banner. And Is 45 good? I mean, I assumed. I know we're not supposed to assume anything. Yes. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie says 45 is good. Okay, I want to read the sprint for sure. And Molly says, I hope the Penguins get on the ice. Okay, happy sprinting, friends. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so how did everybody do during that sprint? I talked to my oldest son for a little bit. I texted my sister to check on her because my sister went out of town this past weekend. Her birthday was on Saturday. She went out of town, to celebrate with a friend. And I think it was Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. She texted or called me actually to let me know that she wasn't feeling well. And I said, well, maybe you're just run down and tired. And so I checked on her today just to see because she got in late yesterday. And she said that she didn't have like aches and pains or anything. So she's not having symptoms like if it's flu or COVID, but she said she's got coughing and congestion. And I just know the cough is the worst, having to deal with a cough. But anyway, so she's feeling like up and down with it. And I think she's just probably run down. I said it's all that partying she did for her birthday. But anyway, that's, texted with her for a few minutes. And then I did read Dark Sisters, and I almost made it to the next chapter. I'm I don't know, 4 pages away from chapter 5, but I made it to page 97. Still enjoying it. It's interesting to see like the relationships, that are in each of the timelines. We have Florence, her mother has to be Anne Bolton. It never states her name, so I'm assuming it's Anne Bolton. But Anne Bolton and her daughter, end up having some unexpected surprise come at the point they're at. And then Mary Shepherd is the one that's in the 50s, and she is struggling internally and trying to make choices, because she's caught in between like her role as a mother and a wife, but then also wanting something that is forbidden. So she's struggling with that. And something happens in there that I'm just like, oh my gosh, I hope. Because what's interesting is two characters from the 50s is in like the present time, 2006 or 2007. I think it's 1953. It's 1750, 1953, I think, in 2000. Yeah, 1953, and then 2007. And so two of the characters from 1953 are also in 2007. So it's very interesting. Like, I want to know how this comes about, like in the situations. Anyway, so I'm enjoying it. I really am. I want to see how it's all going to play out. That's what's keeping me intrigued, is like, how is this all going to play out? I think we're getting close to the point of what's going to happen that kind of seals the fate with Anne and her daughter Florence. So, which kind of sets everything in trajectory for the other two women in their time periods. Okay, so let's see. Jen said, on my last part of the assignment, and I ordered both rolls. I can always take one for lunch. Yeah, it's so hard to make a decision when you want both, right? Alex says, I'm feeling pretty wiped out tonight, but I'm trying to get some reading done in The Last Continent. Poor Keaton is sick and can't stop coughing. He had both honey and NyQuil. I think he's waiting for it to knock him out. Yeah, the coughing. I know one thing that helps me with coughing, especially if I'm trying to go to sleep, is I started using Delsum. It's like a 12-hour cough suppressant, but also Vicks Vapor Rub. I put Vicks Vapor Rub all over my neck, and then I'll put it on my nose so I can breathe, outside of my nose so I can breathe it in, and that generally helps whenever I have a cough, because nothing is worse than when you're trying to sleep but you can't stop the darn coughing. I hate that he's sick. Molly said, sad ending to the story. I just finished. Oh. And Zach said, got to page 107. Excellent. Carmen made it to 35%. Very good. Alicia ate her dinner, pulled all keys off my keyboard to clean it, about to put it together. I didn't know you could do that. And Jamie said, switch to Little French Bistro, finish chapter 6. How are you liking it, Jamie? It does start off pretty sad. But once you get, I want to say, chapter 11-ish, well, even a little bit before that, when Marianne gets to her destination, I guess, it kind of, the tone changes. Edie says, I started Withering Bites. Oh my goodness, how is that? And Molly Dot says, I'm 17% into the book. Excellent. And Paula said, I read day 4 in Meet Cute, Countdown to Valentine's Day, a YA short story a day. Ooh, fun. And Stormy said, I haven't done much, but did edit a video, and now I think I will work on Miss True Love Beckons by Donna Simpson, one of my retro romances. Nice. And Alicia Yo said, I forgot to tell you, I showed my husband the cool copy you have of Dark Sisters, and he was under the impression you wrote the book and chose the cover. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That is funny. And Jane's here. Hi, all. How are you, Jane? I will be working on Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That is on my stack. And I really hope I can get to it. If I cannot get to it in February, I think I'm going to carry it over into March. I know March, generally, I read mysteries and middle grade. We have Week of Weird is in March, but if I can fit it in, or maybe even start it by the end of this month, I will love that. Because I've been wanting to read it ever since I received it from my friend Jacqueline. I just think I'm going to love it. It's just, I don't know. I have so much to do this month. In fact, Friday, I am scheduled to meet the new education coordinator. They hired one at the Columbia Theater, and she reached out to my friend Sue and I over the weekend to ask us about if we can go again and do those educational tours at the school, which we go with the actors for the production, which the production in the spring is Little Shop of Horrors, which I'm very excited about going to see it. But we go with the actors and at the schools, and then we have them perform. We do like a Q&A, and then we do some kind of a workshop with them, an acting workshop. So the new person, who also has the same name as me, her name is Catherine, but she goes by Kat also. Her background is more in like scenic design. It's theater, but more that aspect than the acting aspect of it. So she's hoping that she can learn from my friend Sue and I. So she sent us the schedule, and we would be going to schools all week, that last week of February. So I will be out of town with my scrapbooking, and then the following week I'll be going for I don't know, it's like 9 to 3, 9 to 2, 9 to 3, and there's travel. So it depends on where the schools are. I did tell her the only day I could not do, I can do Wednesday morning, but I'm not doing Wednesday afternoon. So hopefully she'll have somebody else. Either Sue can take that day and go with her, or somebody else can be with her. But she'll have Monday with us together. Tuesday, she's in classes at Southeastern University. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, she won't be there. So Sue and I will be on our own. I might be on my own. I don't know, with the actors. But anyway, she's just hoping to learn from us and we'll help her out with this week and see how it goes. It's just purely volunteer on our part, but it's just that's a lot all in that one little condensed part. So my reading, I don't know what's going to happen with my reading. It all just happened at the same time. It's just incredible. And it's just how things worked out. I was actually supposed to go on my retreat in January, and that got double booked. So that was the reason why we had to move it to February. So we shall see. And Andrew and I talked yesterday about possibly, I mean, we talked a little bit about going to New York, and we were trying to figure out times and places to stay. We'd like to stay in Manhattan at the same hotel, but then there's two other options in Manhattan that we could do. So I don't know. It's so expensive. I really wanted to spend more time there instead of just going as briefly as we did last time. But I don't know. We're just going to have to look at our finances. Andrew was getting kind of stressed out. He doesn't even know if Megan wants him to be gone that long. And the two purposes, the two things is he wants to see a comedian who does a special kind of it's a special kind of anime. Y'all may have heard of it, but he tours. Unfortunately, he doesn't come to New Orleans. It's called Rakugo. I don't know if any of y'all have heard it, and I may not be pronouncing it right. It's Rakugo. And he has a majority of his shows are on a Saturday night once a month. And so the thing about that is we were going to try to do the Saturday night for his show and then go to the Met on Sunday. That's what he's kind of saying. So like we would fly in on Friday, leave on Monday. We were trying to do all these scenarios. Of course, it's cheaper to be there during the week than it is on a weekend when it comes to hotels. I want to stay in a very safe hotel, so I'm looking for hotels with exceptional and wonderful rating. I don't have no point of reference except for the hotel we stayed at last time, which was the Hotel Beacon, and it was wonderful, and it was centrally located wherever we wanted to go. So I don't know. I got that to think about too. But anyway, I don't know if we're going or not. And was even trying to think if we could go in March, it would have been cheaper. But the show, the exhibit at the Met doesn't start until the end of March. So I'm like, and as every month that goes by, it's just more expensive because people are traveling at that point. So anyway, I'm like, it's a busy time just in general. Vicks does a lot of good. Oh yeah. I swear by Vicks. It works for me big time. And there have been times where I've had to like rub it in and then get up in the middle of the night and like do it again if I happen to get it again. Another thing is if you needed to take like Tylenol PM, something that can get you to sleep, or ibuprofen PM, something that can get you to fall asleep, is helpful. NyQuil, I don't do NyQuil anymore because NyQuil makes me feel like I'm hungover. And so the next day I'm just like dying. And Erin said, I passed out. Your body says I need sleep. Zach said, wild turkey whiskey is the only cough suppressant that works for me. Yeah, you gotta do what works. And also too, you gotta make sure it doesn't conflict with anything if you have any kind of medical issue. And Angela said Delsum is my go-to also. Yeah, I was so happy when I discovered Delsum because I'm telling you, like I used to get that extra strength cough medicine. It was Robitussin, but like that wasn't working for me anymore. And it's like you could OD on cough medicine if you take too much of it. And then use the throat coat tea with honey, lemon, and echinacea. That helps me with my coughs. Yes, I will say the throat coat tea helps. It doesn't taste the best, but that is another suggestion. I don't know if Alex is still here, but yeah, throat coat also helps and soothes. And Yeah, that's tough. Molly Dot says, when trying to sleep with a cough or cold, prop myself up with lots of pillows helps so much. Yeah. Yeah, my bed's a little bit elevated, and that helps. That helps me because of my issue with reflux. Jane says, I'm at about the 35% point in the book. Very good. And ED said, that's how I feel with Benadryl. Yes, Benadryl, the thing about Benadryl, I can take children's Benadryl and it still makes me feel loopy. Like I try to avoid Benadryl at all cost. If I try to take something else because otherwise I feel just worn out from it. And Avi said, hi, friends. Been in a bit of a funk lately, but happy to catch you live. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you've been in a bit of a funk, but I'm glad you're here. It's been a little while. What are you up to? What are you doing at the moment? I know it's 17 hours ahead of us. So you're in the future. I mean, you're actually on Thursday and we're still here on Wednesday. But I hope, besides being in a little bit of a funk, you've had some good things happen. Hot toddy for the win. Yeah, hot toddy is not too bad either. Yeah, my mom sometimes would make a little hot toddy for us. Chris says New York can be so expensive. I know. Are you thinking of going to Broadway shows as well? I can ask my New York contacts for best hotels. Is there a specific place you want to be close by? Well, we picked where the hotel we stayed at Hotel Beacon is on Broadway, by 75th Street, I think it is, or 75th Avenue. It's just that we'll be close to the Met. We're 20 minutes walking from the Met. And then the comedian, I think, is at one of the theaters on Broadway. So the only show we're going to go see is going to be the comedian. And I don't know exactly what theater that's at. We haven't gotten that far. But that would be the only show we would see. Now, with that being said, if we were going to stay longer, which is what I'm voting for, then I would like for us to see another Broadway show. And I know it's more expensive to stay in the city, but when we went to New York last time, we walked everywhere. The only time we got in a taxi was to drive from the airport to the hotel and from the hotel back to the airport. But we walked all through Central Park. We went to the Natural History Museum. We went to the Met. We went to Elaine's Diner. I mean, we walked all over the place. We went to see The Lion King on Broadway. We were right there by Times Square briefly because we were so tired. But it's just, to me, was just easy to navigate since it was our first trip to New York City. And I have like no point of reference of where anything is or what it does. I mean, we had our little GPS on the phone that we followed where we had to go. So it's probably not the most ideal thing, but like I don't know anybody in New York except for Jen at Pages and Chaos, and she lives in Staten Island, and then Esther Jane, who does not live near the city at all. So I don't know. It's just that we're right there and we can walk wherever we need to go. That's my thing. I mean, I know that they have like public transportation. We could do subway and all that. So I just have to say, I mean, then I have to think to myself, well, if it depends on the public transportation, like if we can get it at a reasonable cost, then it outweighs the cost of the hotel. But if it's just expensive, if it's just as expensive for us to take a taxi everywhere we have to go or a bus or whatever that it would be for the hotel room, I would rather get my steps in and walk, if that makes sense, because you see so much more of the city when you're walking in the city. I mean, we discovered things as we were walking on our little areas everywhere we were going. So, yeah, I just wish I could win the lottery. And then I wouldn't have to worry about the money and the cost of things. That's what I told him. I'm like, I just need to like win the lottery. I take care of everybody. I just need a little travel. I need a magic wallet for my traveling adventures. Avi says I have a live show on my channel in an hour and a half, so trying to get pumped for that. Yay! Yeah, get pumped. Play some good music. Play some fun music. I know some music you play. Play the safety dance. That's a song you could play. That's a lot of fun. The Bee Gees. Oh, you could also play Flock of Seagulls. They do Iran. That's a really energetic song. Do, 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 do. I played a song today. It was by the Black Eyed Peas, and it was the time of your life. It was like they did a remix of the time of your life from Dirty Dancing. And then they had like a part where their voices got like electronic sized or whatever. And then it got into a part where it was like being in the club. So like in the club. I was listening to that on my treadmill today to get myself motivated to be on a treadmill because it's so hard, y'all. It is so hard to walk on the treadmill for me. I want to give up so much. So I had to play all kinds of crazy music. Zach said, prescription cough medicine doesn't even work for me. I don't bother with anything over the counter. Wild turkey is my cough suppressant, and Sam Yang 2-time spiced ramen is my decongestant. Very good. And Jen said, yeah, I can't help with the hotels. I know. I know Blake. It was Roxy's sprints I was on last night. I think Blake was saying something about you could stay maybe in the suburbs, but I don't know the area well enough to know. Like I'm doing all my research online, and I told Andrew, I'm like, oh, we talked about it and then just didn't think about it. So we should have looked at all the hotels in the areas, like made notes about it, for a future visit there. And we did not. So it's kind of like I'm trying to figure out what their addresses are and then the reasons why they're getting the ratings that they're getting, and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot, but I know Andrew really wants to go, and we're trying to time it with the comedian. That's the main thing. If we weren't tied just to that thing with the comedian, then we could go during the week. We could go to the Met. The only time the Met is closed is on Wednesday. So I don't know. But I told Andrew, I said, I really would like to go because then I could meet my friend Jen. I want to be able to meet Jen if I get to New York City, because I don't know if we're ever going to get to go again. Like, it's like one of those things when I have an opportunity, I want to, do what I can do. And Angela said, this book is bringing out all of women's struggles and the expectations put on her by society. Yes, Angela. So don't you think it's good, but it also makes you angry? It just makes me mad because it's also the similar themes that are happening in the Little French Bistro with Mary Ann. I hate Mary Ann's husband so much. Like, I wish I could like do something to him myself. But anyway, I know it's a book character, but it's so true. Oh my gosh, it's so true. And I just want to like scream. I can see why it's like female rage. I can say it. Jen said, just stay away from cabs at certain times because the fare is higher now during congestion, pricing times, and areas. It's a new toll. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, and my thing too is we didn't take the subway last time. So like, I need to learn all that kind of stuff. I know that the subways are relatively safe. I know that there's a bus system. I need to ask my friend Sue, who I'm doing the theater stuff with. They go to New York every year or every other year, and they stay at a hotel and they take a bus that leads them wherever they want to go. So I'm going to see her Friday, and I may talk to her again about it and see. It might be something we could do. And then Molly says, we can dance if we want to. I know, it's fun. And Chris says, you can also switch hotels during the trip to save money. I've done that. One trip, I switched hotels 3 times because the overall cost was 25% less by doing that. Yeah, I was looking on Expedia because we booked it through Expedia last time we went. And they do have some little special rates and stuff like that. And of course, if you stay later, your nights also are less. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure it out if we get to do it. At Staten Island, it would be cheaper to stay at an Airbnb here and take the ferry over, but depending on where you're heading, you would have to take the subway up. Yeah, so that's my thing. I would just have to figure out if it's doable, if it's like a possibility. I want to make sure that we have enough time to get to the city. I just don't know how congested traffic gets there, to like how much time do we have to leave in order to get from one place all the way over there? I don't want to be like stuck in traffic the whole time and then we miss whatever we have to do. I know the one place we have to go is the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it opens at 10 and ends at 5. So wherever we're at, that's not the problem. I think the thing I'm the most concerned about is getting to that show. I think it's like at 8 o'clock at night, but we'll just have to say for sure. Angela said, I discovered Loser by Beck this week. Good groove, but crazy, crazy lyrics. Always late to the game. Isn't this the one that's, I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you? Something like that. I saw Beck in concert. They opened for you too. And Angela said, exactly. So interesting, but makes you angry. 100%. 100%. Safe depends. Hold on for 1 second. My son is getting loud. Okay. And then Jen said, just don't talk to people on the subways. Yeah. Well, I mean, my only point of reference of subways is what I see in movies where people are getting like, killed on the subway. Some kind of terrible thing is happening. You're getting followed, or whatever. Yeah. Have you ever seen The Meat Train? Clive Barker. A Midnight Meat Train. Yeah. And Avi said, both times I've been to New York City, I've stayed in Williamsburg, which is convenient to get to Manhattan by subway. Okay. How long ago was that? And did you feel safe? And so excited for you that you get to visit. I would have loved to live in New York City in a different life. We loved New York City, but it was such a whirlwind. And I'm shocked at how much we saw in the period of time we were there. But we maximized our time, and my sister and my niece were there at the same time. So I got to see my sister there. And then also my niece, we got to go meet her for dinner when my sister had something she had to do for work. We just packed it in last time and had such a great time. And I just told Andrew, if we ever get back to New York City, I want to be able to spend more time. And then here we are, and it's all because of money. It's all because of, how expensive it is. But maybe we could figure it out if I could figure things out. I'm just not, I have no point of reference. I don't know anything. Ask me about New Orleans. I could help you wonderfully with that. And Jen says, I hate the subway, so I don't take it the few times I'm in the city. I either drive in and spend way too much in parking or walk. See, I like the walking because you can see a lot for sure. And yes to Avi. And Chris says the subways are safe. It's the scammers in Times Square you have to worry about. Oh, gotcha. Very easy from there. And from Williamsburg, is that what you're saying? From Williamsburg is convenient getting to Manhattan. And I guess the subway runs pretty regularly, like you're not like delayed. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Gretchen Rubin lives in New York City. She's an author I follow, and she talks about taking the subway all the time. And Zach said, for Smut, the Witch Queen's Apprentice series has an incredible female rage arc. The main character goes from starving on the run to dismembering knights with a magical sword. Ooh. Yeah, this one, Zach, I'm telling you, I don't know. It's probably, I mean, the part that I just got to with Mary, something is going to happen as a result of a chance meeting that she has, I think. And I'm just worried about what's going to happen with that, because the chance meeting is with someone that impacts people in the future, I guess. No, not that crazy, just a lot of homeless. Okay. And oh, yes, Chris, they are the worst. One time they tried with me, and I said, I'm not a tourist, so go scratch. Not a nice thought. Amy said, I felt very safe. I was solo traveling and never felt uncomfortable. There's always plenty of people on the street in Williamsburg. Gotcha. Yeah, I know like when we stayed, I want to say when I went on the class trip to Washington, D.C., we didn't stay in Washington, D.C. We stayed, I want to say, in Virginia, and then we drove in, but like you had a bus, that was taking all of us. And then Chris said the scammers will grab you in Times Square and force you into situations, so you always have to be on guard. Oh, I don't like that. I might punch him in the face. Yeah, I'm pretty good about that kind of stuff because we have same thing in New Orleans. You always got people that are trying to get money for something. So you got to just be very careful when you walk in the streets. You got to act like you're not a tourist. And yet safer than what non-New Yorkers tend to think, just a learning curve. There's an app to check times and delays and the routes. Okay. And if you handled Atlanta, you can handle New York. Yeah, but New York, I mean, I'm not driving to New York. There's no way I would drive in New York. Atlanta is not as bad as New York when it comes to driving. New York is the worst that I've seen for driving. But yeah, Atlanta, when we go to Atlanta, we really just kind of stick around my sister's house. I don't go venture off in Atlanta. I mean, and if I am, I'm like with my sister and she knows what to do when she's there. So it's a little bit different than being all by myself or just with Andrew and me. And I don't know. I don't know. I just want to be safe. I want to be safe. I want my stuff to be safe while I'm there. I want to be able to come back. So anyway, but I also want to have a lot of fun when I'm there. And maybe this time, maybe I get to go to MoMA and actually see Starry Night by Vincent Van Gogh, which I probably would cry if I actually saw it. Because I mean, I was tearing up in the Met looking at all of Vincent Van Gogh's artwork when we were there. And the streets are literally a grid, so you won't get that lost. Yeah, it was pretty cool the way the streets were as far as I mean, we were pretty down packed because we were back and forth on that same like area in Central Park and everything. Like we felt like pros by the time we were finished because we walked everywhere and we were remembering what we passed, all that. We went to the Strand bookstore and I even told Andrew, I'm like, well, we could always eat at the restaurant or whatever. He goes, what did he say? Oh, I know what it was. At the Hotel Beacon, they have a kitchen in their hotel rooms. So I was like, well, we could go to the grocery store and we could, fix our food. And he goes, no, when we're in New York, we're going to eat New York food. Okay. Avenues are N and S and streets are E and W. Okay, that's good to know. So if it happens, Jen, I'll reach out and get some tips. So anyway, let's go ahead and let me read a figure skating story, and then we'll go into our last sprint of the evening. So this is figure skating. It's because of the Olympics. The Winter Olympics are happening in Italy, and it starts on Friday. So as a crowd of more than 19,000 parachutes filed into the blindly designed auditorium, Tiffany, our penguin skating champion, went through her warm-up book. For the first time in her perambulating life, the champion felt frightened and scraggy. As the music began, the champion took a surreptitious breath, smoothed the ruffles of her flat bier, and started to run. Just as she feared, when it came time for her most tiny jump, a triple supercar, she lost her balance and landed with a thump on her hawthorn tree. She stood up bravely, brushed the ice off of her Godzilla, and finished her purplish routine. The crowd gave her a 5-minute standing spinach. And even though she realized she had lost the competition, she knew she had won the hearts and cats of every hellhound in the auditorium. A round of applause for Tiffany, our penguin skating champion. Krista said the same thing about New York pizza. Yes, well, Andrew, like, we did have pizza. That was one of the things we did, but he's like, we got to eat. If we're there, we got to eat the food in New York. So I get it. I want to too, but I'm sitting here trying to figure out ways we could kind of save money. So he didn't like that. Okay, I got to put on makeup, etc. before my live, but I hope you have a great rest of the day. Would appreciate any love on the stream if you're around. Okay, Avi, have a good live stream, and hopefully you got your energy and you're out that funk. Just listen to some really good music. And ED is laughing. Damn, everyone gave up their cats. She won the Hearts and Cats of Every Hellhound in the auditorium. I think that's funny. I think it's funny that she had her, for her most tiny jump, a triple supercar, and that she brushed the ice off her Godzilla. But yeah, that one was pretty cute. Pretty cute. So our title would be Tiffany, our penguin skating champion, for sure. And she won the Hearts and Cats of all the Hellhounds. No, so ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, so we are going to go into our last sprint. I think 45 would be good. 45 again. That would put us close, a little bit after 8-ish. Well, a little bit before. So that'll be good. And Molly says, I'm delighted Tiffany the Penguin got to skate. I know. You said you wanted her to be on the ice. Jamie said 45. Okay, so let's get our screen up. Yes, I want to get back into Dark Sisters. I'm very excited about this book. And Jamie said, that's good. If I'm gone by the time it finishes, goodbye. Thank you very much, Molly, for being here. And if anybody else needs to hop off, thank y'all so very much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you being here and showing up every Wednesday. Thank you very much. And hopefully I will see you again soon. Zach said, brushing ice off of Godzilla is like getting hit with the absolute zero cannon Mecha Godzilla had in Tokyo. SOS. Okay, happy sprinting, my friends. Happy swim. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, I did not get to read as much as I wanted to read because I went and talked to my son and then to my husband. And so let's see where I got. I got to chapter 5, so I'm back in the timeline of 2007. I found out back in 1750 something that happened, and you should never lie, because somehow, some way, the truth is going to come out. So anyway, I understand now what the title Dark Sisters means, and it's very interesting. So I don't know yet the consequences of the actions. I'm trying to be vague because I don't want to give anything away, but it's still very, very interesting, very intriguing. So this is putting me back into 2007 with chapter 5. So I'm going to be back with Camilla and trying to figure out what's going to happen next, because something happened, and yeah, we're going to see. So hopefully I'll get to read some of that tonight, because I'm pretty much caught up on all my reading. I'm not going to read another story out of my Haunted Bayou, and I might listen maybe a little more to Little French Bistro just while I'm getting ready for bed and stuff like that. Maybe, I don't know. So we'll see. Anyway, I really want to get back to reading Dark Sisters. It's got me really intrigued. And I also wrote my to-do list, and also checked on Travis. Travis posted, it looks like he had some kind of trauma to the tube in his ear, but he hasn't put anything in his ear, so he's not sure about that. And I think they're going to give him some drops, but I think he's going to see his normal doctor next week. So that's a good thing. So I'm just hoping that his pain at least will go away, and then all will be well for him with that. I also visited Lucy's sprints just to check in. Alicia's got her book club sprints. Just popped in, hit the like button. Poor Lucy was having some kind of issue with her microphone, and it was causing echoing. So I don't know if she got that figured out or not. But anyway, hopefully she did get that taken care of. So Molly was saying thanks again for sprints because she was heading out. And then Zach said they also bury Godzilla in ice at the end of the second movie. Godzilla raids again. I did not know that. And Andy popped in, hi, and booped the button. I told Andy hello. He must have did a drive-by. It's like really fast. And then Carmen made it to 39%. Excellent. And Enchanted Kayla. That is right? I got that right? Yes, Kayla. Woohoo! Kayla said, I've been crafting rather than reading this evening, putting together a do-it-yourself book and library of books. Oh, a bookend. Okay, a do-it-yourself book and library of books. That is cool. Very cool. And Stormy said, I watched Call Me Chris. She is a true crime YouTuber. Fun. And Edie said, I read a little more of Wuthering Bite and I'm cooking supper. What are you cooking? What are you cooking? And Jen's assignment is submitted. Yay. No editing because I can't focus, but actually realized tomorrow is Thursday, not Friday. So I have an extra day. I'm trying to stick to a consistent posting schedule Tuesday and Friday. I tried doing that and could never. I tried. I was pretty good about doing that until my life kind of fell apart, with everything that happened. And then it's just I never could gain the momentum to get back to that. So it is what it is. But I'm thinking about filming my next video about my book spending in January, I have probably about 30 plus books that I obtained in January. Not all of them are for me. And I do have books that I received as gifts in January for my birthday. So I was kind of thinking about doing a book haul and then sharing like my stats for my spending since I am keeping track of it. The only thing I got to figure out is I'm trying to keep track of what I'm checking out at the library also. And it's not so much checking books out, but like when I use audiobook through the library, there's nothing for me to tell what the price is. So I wonder how I figure that out. I guess I could just see how much an audiobook costs like on Amazon. I mean, I don't know if it's like the same price as what the library would charge. I don't know. I got to figure that out because I have listened to some audiobooks, even though I have physical copies of the book. But I am borrowing that from the library. And then I did borrow an ebook too. So I got to kind of figure out, they don't tell you the way they do when you check a book out. So I don't know. I have to figure that out. But anyway, that's what I was thinking for my next video. If I have time to film it, I don't know if I will. It'll be next week if I can fit that in. So much going on. And Angela's, yes, prayers for our Travis. And Kayla said, I do plan on listening to 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, but I just find it okay, honestly. Have about 3.5 hours to go. Yes, sometimes an audiobook, it depends. Like I'm listening to The Little French Bistro on audiobook. I've already read it. This is a reread. But I figured since the audiobook was available that it would be easier to do it. And that way I could read with my eyeballs, my other stuff I have to read. Well, the narrator is having an accent because the main character is German and it's taking place in France. And so I find sometimes like the pronunciation of the people's names and all that, it's like it's a good thing that I already read the book because I know who they're referring to, but like sometimes it's hard. So I don't know. I've kind of tabbed a couple of places that I need to go back and just like double check on the names. And Zach said, I have most of the 72 years of Godzilla history memorized. Wow. Wowzer. And ED's said stir fry. Excellent. Jasmine said had to deal with a fight during the boys' basketball game. Ugh, knuckleheads being too cocky. So why did you have to deal with that? That's terrible. Be careful, Jasmine. You don't want to get punched out in the middle of all that. Yeah, the sport sometimes can get very heated, especially if a call doesn't go the way people think it's supposed to go. Jen said, I've been doing okay. I'm not posting every Tuesday and Friday, but at least one time a week on either of those days, except my book of the month vault. That will be the last Friday of every month. Gotcha. Yeah, I wish I could get to a point. I wish I could get back to that point where I have some kind of like in the very beginning, I didn't have really anything monopolizing my time. Like I wasn't volunteering. I wasn't like I was taking care of my mother-in-law, trying to figure out her pain stuff that year that I started my channel. So I had a lot of wiggle room. I had a lot of time, but I wish I could just get back into a momentum because I had my blog I was writing. I was keeping up with my reviews on Goodreads. Everything was like a well-oiled machine. And then it's like I got behind with everything. And I just cannot find that momentum again. I don't understand it. I mean, I'm doing fine. Well, the other thing too, well, and I was walking and doing stuff then too. I don't know. I think it's just adding additional things into my life. I'm volunteering once a week at the Friends of the Library store. And it's not like I live around the corner from the store. It's 45 minutes. Now I've added trying to help my dad when I can. So that's added other things. It's like time. I don't know. And then we had everything going on with certain little things for the house. Thank God my mother-in-law's house is finally sold. I just can't, I can't put my finger on it as to why the time is just weird. And then, of course, I worked for the 2 years, Title One, which wasn't full time, but still, it was still working. And then trying to do things in the afternoon. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I wish I could, but I just cannot. It's a stumbling block. It's like trying to organize my time a little bit better. I'm getting there. Every week I feel like I'm getting closer and closer, but also too, I know what the other thing is I'm also just I don't stay home enough. I do go. I will tell you. I do. I go on adventures and I do go. So I think that has something to do with it too. Angela said, I'm finding the book very interesting. I've actually seen some of this behavior of women and men back in the day. It is what it is. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I think back to myself, like when I first started working, like the behavior of some of the men in their positions and stuff. I'm like I didn't think about it because I guess of my age, maybe, or just I don't know. It's hard to describe, but even like just in social situations, like if I really sit there and think about it, I'm like, you know what? That was a problem, and I didn't realize it was a problem, kind of thing. But I just cannot stand the way, I guess, because my dad was not like that. Like, I mean, I just my husband is not like these husbands. I don't know. I just would be like freaked out if it kind of reminds me of like Stepford Wife mentality. I don't know if that makes sense, Angela, but that's kind of like it's freaky. Like they want it. And why should the man like dictate? Like I really feel bad for Ada in 2007, Camilla's mom, like some of the things that is said to her or whatever, or that she does like to maintain like that relationship. I don't know. I'm just, mm-mm. My thing too is I want to find out because what's weird is 1750 is you're following them and there is like some religious component. So I'm trying to figure out like how from 1750 to 1953, what transpires in that gap of time that it puts our characters in this religious community. That's what I got to figure out because the religious community is similar in 1953 and 2007. I don't know. It's like I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it like what am I missing? And Kayla said mysteries can be hard to follow on audio. I'm a visual person. Yeah, they can be. I also find sometimes for me, if I read the book, like if I can read a physical copy of it and listen, sometimes that helps. And then there's just some narrators I can't listen to at all. I just can't do it. Jamie says, I dozed off during that sprint. I was up early this morning for the contractor. The hole in my ceiling is finally fixed. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize you had a hole in your ceiling, Jamie. I'm so sorry if I missed that. That's terrible. I'm glad it got fixed though. And I know how it is when I woke up at 6:40 this morning. I could not believe. I mean, not that I mean, I do wake up late like that I say that's late. It's late for me. Um, but I got up earlier than day before and that day, and I guess I needed my sleep. I don't know. But this morning I popped up. I'm like, oh, I got to get up. I got things to do. Jasmine said, just wanted to help admin deal with it. Being a friendly face to our player helps calm them down. Okay, gotcha. So you weren't hopefully in any danger of getting punched out. And Jen says, if it's stress, then it's not worth it. This is supposed to be fun and an outlet. You will get back to it when you know the time is right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like what I've been doing. I took my hiatus. I made my 2 videos in December, for my things. And I made 1 video per week. Last week, I was going to make a video and then I just let it go. I was like, I don't feel like doing it. I just don't feel like doing it. And it's not that I think y'all wouldn't have enjoyed it or whatever. It was like just the thought of having to do it. So I don't know. I have all my books pretty much, and I've got what I need to figure out. I think that's another thing too, is like, getting the information together takes time, and then actually filming the video and then having the edit and all that. It's like I don't have the time like I did before where I could do it all at one time. I think that's what it is. I need multiple days. And so then I get behind because all my days are not the same. And nothing wrong with being go, go, go. Well, I'm trying to live my life. I'm trying to live my life while I have my life. That's the thing. I'm trying to be able to live it and enjoy it because it's fleeting. I got 3 years and I'm going to be in my 60s. And it's like, there's a lot I want to accomplish and see and do. And Angela said, I was used to being around people with relationships like that in the 60s. It was the norm. Yeah, I was kind of talking to, I was talking to my hairdresser today about an uncle of mine that, his wife waited on him and had made a comment when I didn't wait on my husband. And this was when we were probably in our first 5 years of marriage. And I just said, I mean, I don't know what my husband wants to eat. I mean, he can go fix his own plate. Not saying that I would never fix my husband a plate, but like we were somewhere that I'm like, let him choose what he wants to do. And then I feel like saying, well, who's going to fix my plate? It's like, it's just outdated, I don't know, practices. If you truly enjoy doing that, that's one thing. But like to expect it and like to set that's the role you have to have, I don't like that. I mean, that's just me personally. And so he was like, made a comment like, well, you wouldn't be married to me. And I was like, that's right, I would not, because I'm not gonna be like that. I don't know. Like my dad never expected that, and it's weird, but anyway. A lot of things have changed since then. I discovered the British author P.D. James this week. Have you read any of her mystery detective books? No, I have not. I wonder if I would like them. I love mysteries. I don't read a lot of them, but I love them. I don't know why I don't read as many of them. As dumb as it sounds, Kat, I feel that way about turning 30 this year. Oh, Jasmine, to be 30 again. Just think 30. I was 32. I think I was 32 when I got pregnant for Andrew. And I don't really remember my 30s. That time period just flew. And Jamie said, I've been waiting since December 27th to be repaired. It happened after all that rain we had around Christmas. Oh, gotcha. We had a hole in our ceiling for a little while because my husband was in the attic and came through the ceiling, like his foot came through. And that was like that for a little bit until he and my dad fixed it, thank God. But and we have a crack in our ceiling in the living room, which our ceiling is high in the living room. I don't know where the crack came from or whatever, but I'm like, we're gonna have to try to figure out how to fix that. Edie says, I like your counter thought there. Who's going to fix your plate? Well, I mean, it's not to be rude, and it's not that I have never done that for my husband, but like the fact that you're pointing out that I should have to do that because your wife is doing that for you, it's just like that not everybody has that kind of relationship. I don't know. I'm just like, I mean, I don't know. It's just like my husband cooks. I don't cook. I mean, I will cook. I can cook, but I don't like it. My husband likes it, so he cooks. I'm very easygoing. Like I don't have to. I can eat fruit or cereal or something. I don't have to. I'm very easygoing with that kind of stuff, or I'll fix myself a salad or whatever. I just so it's not like I have to have, and I just don't want to take the time to do it. Cooking is time consuming. Angela said we even had a pecking order when it came to eating. Men were called first, children second, and women last. I know. Well, I remember having to go sit at the kids' table all the time. Like the adults had to eat at one table and the kids had to go eat. And even when you got older as a kid, I mean, like you were in your teen years, it's still, you were like, well, when am I going to get to sit at the adult table? Zach said, for reference, I never pay more than $10 for an audiobook. My Audible credits are about $9.95, and I don't pay more than that if I buy one a different way. Okay. Well, I get it. I thought for sure maybe I would see it like when I go into the Libby app or the Cloud Library app, but it doesn't. And I don't know if there's a way I can figure that out. Like if I check something out of the library, if they give me a paper ticket, it tells me how much I saved, or if they send me an email, it'll say how much I saved. But it doesn't tell me the audiobook thing. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. She's a highly respected author. She's known for her intricate plots, human nature, and moral dilemmas. Very nice. Do you think she's like as good as Agatha Christie? I love Agatha Christie's. I can never figure out the murderer for any of that. I might have to check her out. P.D. James. But also I own 768 audiobooks. Oh, goodness. Goodness. And Erin said, my mom's current husband is real old-fashioned and has the woman girls make their plates first and start eating before he will get his plate made. Oh, wow. That's really nice. Well, my thing is I just think I mean, there's a difference between like being polite about it and all that. And then like, I think it's the expectation that bothers me a little bit about that. And if you read Dark Sisters, there's like expectations about how a woman has to look, how the woman has to behave, what's acceptable. And it's also like Mary's situation, like she's working in the workforce and the guy that she works for is a total creep. And like I'm uncomfortable for her. Like that would just be like freak me out, you know? So Zach said, I started getting audiobooks in 2012. It's been a while. Oh yeah, that's a lot. She actually had the title of Queen of Crime. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to check her out. I'm gonna look and see if they have any of her books at the Friends of the Library store. So I will check when I go tomorrow and see if they have any for sure. Okay, so I forgot to put that this was our last sprint. I'm so sorry. I forgot to put that banner up there, but this is this is the last sprint. But I want to just tell everybody that on Saturday, I have Saturday Morning Momentum at 8:00. And Tuesday, I have it on the schedule for me to have Folklore February sprints. They will be starting at 2:00 p.m. So probably I'll go from like 2 to 4. Well, no, I would not. Maybe 2 to 5, 2 to 6, something like that on Tuesday. And Mardi Gras sprints We will have Mardi Gras sprints on Sunday at 3 p.m., but it's going to be on Lori's channel. So if anybody is interested in Sunday sprints, we'll have Mardi Gras sprints for a couple of hours on Sunday. I'll have Folklore February sprints on the 10th, which is Tuesday, starting at 2, and then I'll be back on Wednesday with sprints for What's Up Wednesday. So just to give y'all some extra sprint time there. And for anybody who is reading The Little French Bistro, that live show is on the 15th, and it'll be on Lori's channel as well. And Angela said, I grew up in the South, double whammy for those behaviors. Yeah. Edie says, I hope the book ends up being one of those good for her ones. I hope so too. I'm just kind of nervous. I'm kind of nervous too, because you see all these women, it's sort of, I don't know what the consequences are going to be. Like I'm kind of scared about Camilla, because it seems something sinister about something that they do. And Camilla's mother is trying to have that avoided. And so I'm like, what happens? Is it some kind of weird ritual? So I don't know. I'm kind of weird about that. And then I don't know what's going to happen with Mary. I really don't. I'm just, my whole thing is why can't you just leave and go somewhere else? Like if it happens, but the stakes are high for Mary too, because she has a child. So I get that as well. Anyway, that is all I have to say for tonight. I am so happy that y'all were here this evening. Thank you very much for hanging out. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your evening, rest of your week. Hopefully I'll see some of y'all on Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, or next Wednesday. Hang in there with whatever y'all are working on or doing. And I will see y'all soon. And Jen says, thank you, night all. Bye, Jen. And thanks for the sprints tonight. Might have to watch Folklore February later, depending on if I get to go to my daughter's and visit my grandsons. I keep calling her Camilla. You keep calling your Camilla. Oh, you calling her Carmilla. I thought it was Camilla. Maybe I don't know. I might be saying it wrong. Edie said, thanks for the sprints and good night, everyone. Bye, Edie. Thanks for hanging out. Night, Stormy. Good seeing you. Night, Carmen. See you soon. Bye to all. And thanks for being here, Kayla. Have a great night. And thank you, Jasmine, for being here too. And I can't wait to see what your thoughts are going to be on with Dark Sisters also. And Camilla the Vampire. I'll see. Okay, bye, y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. See you soon.